All right, welcome back. Welcome back to the Late Show. This is your host, Young Brando, live from Los Angeles. We're back with some great news of great memories, I have to say already, from another great watch-related event. It was put together by a block to watch, Bridge Jewelers, and Longines at the Queen Mary in Long Beach, which has to be one of the coolest settings that I ever experienced for a watch event. Um, Cruise ship, docked, and serving, of course, as a hotel and event space at this point. But just a very classy atmosphere. I didn't even imagine that we would be so finely wined and dined and whatever. And of course, the regular Southern California crowd was there, especially the Orange County people were heavily presenting. Again, my friends Kevin, Alan, all of them were there, and I want to say hi to them again. It was lovely to see you guys, lovely to hang out, both at the event and after the event. Of course, Longines had a whole section of pieces from their museum, which included some very Art Deco inspired dress watches as well, but mostly pieces that were tool watches with heavy doses of aviation heritage. So I was imagining throughout the event and throughout the presentation that we were in actually a hangar or something, and that would have been an even more appropriate setting, though probably perhaps a little too gritty compared to, again, the more elite or elitist setting of the cruise ship. Anyway, I'm digressing a little bit, but I did want to talk to you about one of the pieces that I saw here. Hey, that's Kevin. Nice to see you, man. Really lovely to see you in the chat as well. This is great. Looking forward to hanging out again whenever you actually make your way to downtown LA or West Side. Please do let me know. You have my information, so just drop me a line and it'll be amazing. I did want to share with you all just one of the pieces. I will continue posting some of these great watches on the channel and on the Instagram. I think my mic is working, but if it isn't for some reason, if you can't hear me properly, please feel free to alert me. This was my absolute favorite, among all the vintage and contemporary pieces that were presented at the event. I have been kind of yearning to try on the Pilot Mayetek and the Ultra Cron diver, which were both kind of novelties from earlier this year. Both incidentally cushion-shaped pieces, both very beautiful designs that themselves, in a way, replicate what Longines has done previously, and they were both quite a delight on the wrist. But this particular piece, which was, of course, unfortunately hiding behind a glass box or vitrine, whatever you want to call it, was my favorite. It's an oversized pilot's chronograph from mid-40s. A pilot's chronograph that has both a flyback and split seconds function. It is, as you can see, a single button, a monopusher chronograph with a rotatable inner bezel that is actually engraved on that sloped flange. And even though the hands are not operational here, this piece actually has two centrally deployed chronograph hands, one for the second, one for the minutes. The red one is for the minutes, if memory serves. So they continuously run, and when you slightly depress that single button, they basically come to a stop, a temporary stop, where you can get an initial reading. So that's the rattrapante function, sometimes also called mono-rattrapante, when you have this kind of single button for all the chronograph functions. And if you press that single chronograph button fully, that engages the flyback function, which resets both the seconds, chronograph seconds hand, and the minute counter. Of course, they continue running right after. So this makes the watch a very useful tool, of course. Add to that the legibility with the Arabic numerals, fully luminous against the background of a black dial. The additional minute counter that you can use with the help of the bezel. And of course, the very size of the watch, which is positively ginormous for the time, especially at 47.5 millimeters. Oversized onion crown, of course, makes it easy to reset and wind, even if you are wearing a glove of some sort. And there is an additional seconds counter at 6 o'clock on a subdial. This is a reference 5824. And it's powered by a Longines caliber 1268Z, which was well ahead of its time, referred to sometimes as chronostop or stop seconde. And examples of this watch in an interesting twist of history were also supplied for the Israeli Air Forces in the 50s. And such examples are actually engraved on the case back with Het and Aleph, which is an abbreviation for Hel Havir, the Air Forces. And that's followed by an issue number that is likewise engraved on the case back. So that was a cool detail that was presented separately on a window case, juxtaposed with a cockpit clock, which was also supplied to the US military, apparently. Please hit the like button. I will go back to take a look at the Philips Geneva auction. I don't think we went through every single watch, really. Not that we must, but I think there are a few that I would have loved to touch on. Let me send the link to the chat. So if you want me to talk about anything that I missed, or talk about a watch that I may have touched upon in an earlier episode and that you would like me to go into further detail now, please feel free. I will go and grab another drink. I made the mistake today working out after work. I usually try to get up early in the morning so I can actually get the time to rehydrate and recharge. And I feel a little too mellow as it happens, and you know that's already me. I'm too calm and collected. So if you are kind of sensing low energy, feel free to perk me up in any way, in any shape or form that you consider appropriate. You know, that can be jumping on the panel and mildly harassing me or writing in the chat. I would really appreciate that. I'll be right back. Okay. I did mean that will be right back. This is the nice thing about the Bluetooth microphone, that I can actually walk around the place and still talk to you, even though I won't have access to my screen. So let's see, what did I miss here that was an absolute must that I would like to. I think the 3941 that was retailed by Bayer, and that has a German calendar, is an interesting piece to discuss. This is, of course, a classic Patek Philippe perpetual calendar. With the particular example being from 1988. They were introduced in 1985. The 3940 was introduced with a solid case back, whereas 3941 was fitted with an exhibition case back. The two model lines, the two reference numbers, were basically merged in 1999 when 3940s started being shipped with sapphire display backs, which makes essentially the 3941 to be more rare than any particular variation of the 3940. And as you guys know, that's always desirable, especially to those who would like to collect things that are more niche, you know, even when they represent classical taste, which this particular model, of course, does in spades. The 3940 is really an amazing watch. It's very elegant, very sleek, thanks to the caliber 240Q, which, of course, this early example of this particular generation gives you in a display back. The micro rotor executed in 22 carats yellow gold, nicely decorated with prominent Geneva stripes embossed with the Calatrava cross as well. And of course, coming from such a time period, the piece still features an hallmark of Geneva, which testifies to its highest standards and which is etched on one of the bridge plates. This particular lot apparently comes with its original certificate of origin. An absolute neo-vintage classic in a certain sense. And remember, in so many ways, 1989 is kind of the threshold for modern Patek Philippe, right? That's their That's their 150th anniversary, which Philipp Stern, who was the president at the time, very actively recognized and seized as a moment of redirection for the brand. And of course, 1989. If I'm not mistaken, sometimes I get the dates wrong, but 1989 should also be the time when Osvaldo Patrizzi put together the Art of Patek Philippe auction as well. So it's really a watershed moment for the brand, and having a watch like this from around that time period, in fact a year before, that also has the dual signature, you know, the signature of Bayer, that's Zurich based retailer, which has the claim of being the oldest watch shop in the world. And of course, that this has a German calendar, which of course you can most prominently understand from the day of the week at 9 o'clock, right? You have Sonntag, Montag, Dienstag, Mittwoch. Of course, that encircles the day-night indicator, the micro hand for the 24 hours, which is in this slightly recessed, housed in this slightly recessed subdial, and is given this two-tone, very subtle two-tone effect, right, which helps you set apart day from night as well. Of course, there's also the month at 3 o'clock, which has a leap year indicator, and that has a more subtle indication of, hey, Whiskey, how are you guys doing? Please hit the like button, and JB, welcome. Feel free to jump on the stream if you would like to share. And Whiskey, I appreciate that you recognize that it's not easy. It's not easy, and I try to do at least 4 or 5 of these every week, on a nightly basis. Sometimes I do more. I rarely do less than 4. I have kind of taken September off, and trust me, I'm trying to make sure that I make up with content. Hey, Pumpkin Pot. I'm happy to meet you yesterday. You don't have to dox yourself or share the name here, but feel free to reach out to me on Instagram or in either case, because I don't make the connection with your particular handle. I don't think anyone introduced themselves to me as Pumpkin Pot yesterday. Joking aside, it was lovely to meet everybody. I mean, it's I'm always surprised by the good graces, manners, and generosity of watch enthusiasts whenever I come across them. It's a great community, and that we have these sorts of platforms is a blessing to me, but that we can also meet in real life, face to face, and enjoy that conversation and company in that lively setting is even better. Yes, I was geeking out about the fonts of this perpetual calendar. Actually, the serif fonts for me is the highlight. Great seeing the umlaut in a calendar watch, there for the month of March, which is of course März in German. And of course, the signature is Bayer, and it makes absolute sense, right? They are based in Zurich, which of course is the financial center of the country, but is also the most prominent city in the German-speaking parts of Switzerland. And of course, let's not forget the dotted track for the minutes, the multifaceted obus-shaped and applied indices for the hour markers, and of course the Dauphine hands, which are really fine. And against the opaline white dial, this beautiful white gold example is a great representation of that stately but subtle elegance of Patek before it really became a modern brand. Not to be mournful, they have done a lot of great things after 1989, of course. They have done a lot of great watches in the 90s and early 2000s. Not to say anything else for what came after. but I'm always a bigger fan of that particular period of time. This is lot number 7 for a Patek Philippe perpetual calendar of a quite rare version in the reference 3941 from 1988, signed on the dial and once retailed by Bayer of Zurich in a 36 millimeter white gold case and an estimated value of 55,000 to 110,000 in US dollars. Number 10 is an interesting watch because of how unassuming it is. But the 2526 is actually the first self-winding Calatrava, and also the first automatic watch presented by Patek Philippe. It is powered by caliber 12-600. As you know, since Rolex held the patent for a while, and therefore the exclusive rights to produce automatic movements with a full rotor, many brands had to find compromises, right, when they actually wanted to adopt automatic self-winding movement technology. Patek refused to do that, so they didn't go to the road of bumper rotors. They had not yet engineered at the time. They had not yet recruited people from Université Genève to introduce an efficient micro rotor caliber either. So they had to actually wait and invest the necessary time and resources to the R&D to come up with their own automatic movement, even as they were waiting for Rolex's patent on the revolving rotor to expire. Caliber 12-600 was the result of that work, of that noble weight. And it's such a beautiful movement to be hiding under the hood. Such an extravagant and beautifully designed and executed rotor to begin with, to be hiding under the case back. That I personally know a collector who commissioned Kari Voutilainen's case maker, Voutilainen and Catin, to make them exhibition case backs, sapphire case backs for their reference 2526, so they could actually wear these pieces with a display back. As you can see, the movement also bears those hallmarks of Geneva, which testifies to the highest standards involved in its finishing, assembly, and regulation. And the 18 karat full gold rotor, which has very beautiful stylistic elements such as these deep notches also has a stunning barleycorn decoration. Very beautiful watch. And again, very austere otherwise, right? In fact, the movement itself ends up being very austere because once again, it is hiding under the hood, but everything is so finely executed. The piece has an enamel dial, once again, those obus-shaped or bullet-shaped multifaceted indices, Dauphine hands, seconds on a subsidiary dial at 6. And again, the enamel dial has that beaded minute track, which has those finely polished gold beads. This particular example is apparently from the first series, from right around 1960. In white gold, it is right around that, for me, the Goldilocks size for a classic dress watch, right under 36 millimeters, 35.5. And as you can see, wears really prominently on the wrist with the classic lines of the Calatrava design, I think, making up in presence what might be somehow quote unquote lacking in size. This is lot 10. It's an example that is accompanied by an archival extract and a presentation box. It has a very high estimated value, but it is seemingly a good example. So I guess they have a justification for it. Not sure if I agree, but then again, who am I to judge? The estimated value is 110,000 to 220,000 in US dollars for this Patek Philippe Calatrava reference 2526, which is the first self-winding Calatrava and the first automatic watch that Patek Philippe introduced. So we were looking at Oban Jorgensen and kind of juxtaposing them with Kari Voutilainen's work, which of course is no coincidence. Some of you might have probably heard that Kari Voutilainen has already acquired the brand, and others who are more historically minded probably know that that's where Kari Voutilainen honed his chops, so to speak. That's where he really became as one of the most prominent representatives of guillochage, of engine turning, as a contemporary art. And I think, again, considering that it's maybe one of those interesting moments to acquire an Urban Jürgensen watch. I know there were certain opportunities in the past, I believe before the pandemic, probably right before, when some retailers were basically closing out on them. I think that had actually something to do with Kari Voutilainen's acquisition of the brand, and the expected redirection. But I think especially the reference 8, which is again very conventionally sized and very traditionally styled as well, could always be still a great deal for what it is. The estimate here is probably conservative, but I wouldn't be surprised that you can actually find something like this, reference 8 in platinum with the 37 millimeter sizing within that price range. And honestly, I think after the brand is revived, the only way to go, the only direction to go for the discontinued watches from this series would be up. So it's, the time is probably now more than anything to look into Urban Jürgensen, especially reference 8, I think, which still represents a great deal if you are patient, if you know where to look for. Of course, reference 1 being one of the most beautiful traditionally designed perpetual calendar is an ultimate grail, and it is a lot more expensive, but the reference 8, especially in the 37 millimeter case size, can be an interesting choice. And they have an example here at lot 18 from 2004, and that is accompanied with its original set of accessories, and it has a pre-auction estimate that is set right between 11,000 and 22,000 in US dollars. Lot 37, I think, is a great piece another great piece to look at, something that might otherwise go under the radar. Of course, many collectors have their eyes trained on the science fiction meets high horology, or Breguet meets Star Trek styling of more contemporary de Bethune pieces. But in their early period, they also had exquisite watches that were styled a little more traditionally. Of course, with the ogival or bullet-shaped lugs and the slightly oversized case sizing, you are still looking at a watch that is quite distinctive, but also traditionally recognizable. This piece is housed in a 42 millimeter white gold case. It's an example of DB5 with the case number 2, ostensibly one of only 15 pieces in white gold. And an absolutely perfect three-hander, which shows nothing but hours, minutes, and seconds. Beautiful white dial with traditional guilloche decoration at the center. Of course, heat-blued hands. And I think the blue detailing, blue accents of the dial is a great touch as well. And it plays well with the heat-blued handset. I mean, just to, again, pay attention to that classical styling of even the presentation of such early examples of de Bethune pieces. This is from around 2003. And here you go. This is the case back engraved with case number 002 and giving you a very nice view to the uniquely styled self-winding movement with the rotor designed to give as much exposure, as much of an uninhibited view as possible of its bridges and other details. Lot number 37 is a de Bethune reference DB5W in white gold with the distinctly bullet-shaped lugs, 42 millimeters, with an estimated value between 16,500 to 33,000 in US dollars. Jake Brooks, thank you so much. Jake Brooks is a member of the channel. $20. Are we ready to get this party started? I am. Jump on. I'm waiting for you on the panel. I'm ready. And I'm wearing my Seiko 5 Rolling Blazer to you, which Jake actually won recently on the raffle. That's the last one I had to give away. I have a couple of more things to give away that are actually very nice gifts for me from Longines and from Banbridge Jewelers. One was a party favor, and the other I was lucky to somehow win, which almost never happens, but it happened this time. Another great example of De Béthune, this time from a later period where the design aesthetic had changed remarkably, without necessarily, however, dislocating some of the core values of the brand. This is the DB25 XPA RV3. It's also called the White Knight because of that white center that contrasts with the blue titanium hour track that has that sloped, rounded, raised element. Of course, the case is even larger this time, 44 millimeters of pink gold, which is complemented by a Breguet-styled handset for the hours and minutes, and of course, polished gold beads for the hour markers that are set upon that blue titanium hour track. Hey, Awesome Pawan, nice to see you. Yeah, me neither. And it's a beautiful looking piece. I can't wear it either because the Pier slugs are a great design, and I think they do already play a Jedi mind trick on you and make that 44 millimeter watch seem even smaller on the wrist. But the only De Béthune watches that have that sort of case size that I can potentially wear without them looking comical on my wrist are the ones that have the floating lugs construction, right? When they have actually two hinges that pivot at 3 and 9 o'clock on the right and left flank of the watch. That genuinely makes the watch sit really nice, close and tight to your wrist when you enclose your strap. And I can't usually even wear 42 millimeter watches, but 43, 44 millimeter De Béthune watches with floating lugs actually don't look too bad on the wrist, and I have a very small wrist. So that's and you can, if you don't believe me, you can check the shorts, which can testify to both my meek wrists as well as how some De Béthune watches where I posted a lot of footage from them because Watchbox came in, as you guys know, earlier in the year with a whole exhibition of De Béthune and FP Jaune. It was great fun. And of course, the movement construction has completely changed over the years. This is a piece from 2020, and the titanium blue titanium elements, of course, extends wholly to the execution of the movement as well. From elements of the rotor to the bridges, to the ring that frames the movement, as well as the balance bridge and the balance itself. But yes, the dial is an absolute beauty in the contrast between that blue titanium R-track and the white lacquer center. That is lot 51, lot number 51, which arrives with the full set of its accessories. It is a DB25 white Knight, 44 millimeters in pink gold, with the pier slugs, and an estimated value that is in the range between 33,000 to 65,900 in US dollars. Speaking of watches that have this air of a striking elegance and stunning simplicity about them, I think Laurent Ferrier is a great example of that. This is an example of Galet from 2011. Galet, incidentally, means pebble, not to be confused with Cartier's design. But that naming evinces Laurent Ferrier's own design philosophy, which represents relatively traditional case styles that are a little more rounded, a little more finely polished, as if they were these sorts of inanimate objects that are worked on and polished by nature, right? As if you are coming across this perfectly shaped and stunning looking pebble when you're walking by the beach. Kind of the whole narrative, I think, testifies really what kind of romantic Laurent Ferrier is, but I think he represents something absolutely beautiful about watchmaking. You can't expect anything less from someone who led Patek Philippe's department of creations for such a long time. That's just a very fancy and French way of saying that he was head of design. He was apparently, or by all accounts, I should say, he was the person who came up with the Aquanaut design, which is, of course, a derivation ultimately of the Nautilus, but I think it was quite an achievement to create a freestanding model out of that, considering all the different experiments that have gone absolutely awry between the Nautilus and the Sculpture watch and the Neptune, which I actually like. But of course, Laurent Ferrier is not only about great-looking watches and impeccable and austere design, but also great movements. And this micro rotor movement delivers on so many different accounts. It has a double direct impulse escapement, which takes its inspiration from the natural escapements as they were executed by Abraham Louis Breguet. The system uses 2 nickel phosphorus escape wheels and a silicon lever to ensure better distribution of energy. And of course, the movement overall is beautifully decorated, as you can see, not only on the bridges and the anglage, but also on this nicely tapered rotor bridge as well. And you can see, I think, that some thought went into the very design and architecture of this movement as well. If only from the jewels that hold together the gear train. It's a very, very nice movement that goes by the name FBN 22901. And this is a relatively early example of a Laurent Ferrier watch, because the brand itself took off with the Tourbillon in 2010. And this example of the Galet micro rotor is from 2011, housed in a 40 millimeter white gold case with the company's distinctive assegai styled hands for the hour and minutes, and seconds on a subdial at 6 o'clock. The piece apparently comes with a fitted box, presentation box, undated and unstamped guarantee, instruction booklet, loop polishing cloth, and outer packaging. Beautiful blue dial, which has this brushed grain, like vertical brushed grain texture that contrasts nicely with the radial guilloche of the second subdial. Just a little bit of dimension and depth added to what is otherwise a very austere and beautiful piece. For lot 56, which is a Laurent Ferrier Galet from 2011 in white gold, the estimate is 16,500 to 27,500. Oh, I have a guest who is waiting in the background.
Glad to be on.
It's the winner chicken dinner. How are you doing, man?
Catch me up. What happened? I missed it.
So the stream on Saturday.
Yeah.
You know, we had the raffle for the Seiko 5 Rowing Blazers. The last remaining example I had gotten for the giveaway, the twin of this watch.
Yes.
And, you know, since it was connected to the fundraising effort, and you were one of the people who had so generously given in terms of the super chats and super stickers. I guess I'm surprised and not surprised because, since you had given so much, you had a lot of numbers, but you
Right.
won, which was number 15. That was your number. So you won.
It's crazy.
Yes.
Well, I'm wearing a rowing blazer. I bought not too long ago. I bought the orange version, and I wanted to show that.
Let me see.
Yeah.
Ah,
Let me get it to focus.
I love how you are squinting your eyes. I'm glad that most certainly helps the camera to focus.
Yeah, I know, right? I think I just gotta hold it from this side, maybe.
That's a little better. Yeah, that's great. On the original bracelet.
It's not perfect, but
I love that you also gave the appropriate super chat so that
yep,
appears
I
in
picked
orange.
the color. Here it is.
Yeah, fantastic. Okay, it did get the focus. All right, so you already have one of these ones.
I have one, and I was thinking
Yeah.
you could keep the list. Maybe we could redraw tonight and see who the new winner is going to be.
Oh, that's amazing. I mean, you don't have to do that, but that's very generous of you.
I like the list, and I think since I've already got the rowing blazers, I guess experience, I'd like for someone else to have that. So
Nice. Okay, so let's see. I mean, with my luck, I'm not gonna do anything too fancy, so I'm not gonna do anything that excludes your numbers, but we can redraw if it hits one of yours again.
yep,
I will pull up the Google random number generator once again. So we have numbers from 1 to 31. Are you already drum rolling?
not yet.
We have numbers 1 to 31, which I'm setting here, minimum 1, maximum 31. And maybe we can take the drum roll now. And if it comes up again, one of Jake's numbers, we will have to redraw, but let's see what comes up.
I get a 15-minute solo speech that you all have to hear, and then I'm just kidding.
For sure. Let's go.
Rowing
3,
blazers,
2,
no whammies.
number 30.
30.
Is that you?
I don't know.
Let's see. Let's see what that is.
Who's the winner?
Number 30. That is Sweet
Sweet
Jojo.
JoJo.
That's Plastic.
Yeah.
Plastic. What a legend. Okay, the watch is going to Australia, and probably will end up on the wrists of one of the Plastic Boys.
Yes, sir.
One of his
Sweet
sons
JoJo.
who are running around, and he has been talking about getting Seikos for them. So this is actually going
He's
to be
gonna love it.
I don't know how I will reach him. I will have to write to him. I catch him sometimes on the live stream. He is there sometimes.
I
So
think he's always around.
hopefully he will claim. Doesn't
Yeah.
Plastic have 9 kids? Well, all the more reason for him to get a watch for
Yeah.
as a gift. I don't even have one, and I can't imagine the kind of costs, emotional and financial, that will come with that.
So let's talk about rowing blazers. They've got a line in Target where as soon as you walk in, it says rowing blazers with, I guess, kid outfits, maybe between ages maybe 10 to 16.
They had everything. At least when they launched it, it had anything from some items for houseware, even certainly a lot of clothing for men, women, teens, kids. That's been I think a great boon for them. Again, of course, Ralph Lauren has a certain prestige now with, they used to have Black Label with Nacho being its face, the famous polo player, Argentine. They have the Purple Label, etc. They have all these grades now that go above and beyond. But Polo really made its cultural mark with all these diffusion brands, as you know, that
Right.
gave part of that experience, part of that design, part of that lifestyle approach to people who might not necessarily have that budget. I think this was a great idea by Jack, and it was. I think it has been a success. I don't think you can find most of the items. I mean, you
Let's
are
bring up.
saying
Can we bring
you
up
are saying
the
it's
picture of the blue that he won after we get through this? I mean, this is a great promo for sure. Yeah, but look at all this. You've got kids' clothes on the preppy side, I guess.
yeah, sweatshirts, rugby shirts, sweaters, blazers, ties. Kind of like a funky, fun kind of experiments with patchwork pants, bags,
It's interesting.
pillows. So they basically had everything. I think most things may be sold out already, and it is supposed to be in a limited time frame. But yeah, for example, right? They have candles.
Yeah.
Display boards, the wall canvas, it says pennants. I think that's going to be, this is my favorite, by the way. The ceramic ice bucket that is designed like a Greek urn.
I didn't see that. That's it. Wow.
It's fantastic. But it's out of stock, of course. It's one of the things that sold out right away.
I bought I've got that fridge outside that has all the stickers on it. I bought like a pack of their
Ooh.
A club for everyone. All right.
Nice.
Here's another nice message. Where is it? Count the roses, not the thorns.
And it's a Tudor rose too. And a fine disregard for the rules. That's cool.
But anyway, yeah, they were selling these too, and I had to put something up there. If you've got the watch for it, you can put it on the. It makes it to the fridge.
Yeah, and they have, one of the things that I do love about Rowing Blazers consistently, even before they had the watch collaborations, they had a great line of NATO straps, which I'm matching with this Seiko 5 Rowing Blazers that I'm wearing now.
So the pair that you for the giveaway today was the blue one, right? And the blue NATO strap that comes with it is the red, which I think is the best out of the four.
Yeah, it's red with like a beige stripe that runs through it. I do want to also talk about this new collaboration that they just came out with, but before that, yeah, let's see if. But yeah, they did basically 3 runs with Seiko 5. One in 2021, 2022, and they did a new color, 4 new colorways for this year. They did that collaboration with Zodiac and Harry's Bar Paris, and most recently they did this Tag Heuer Carrera thing. But let me see if I can find on their website the Seiko 5.
So let me ask you this: in what point of the Rowing Blazers process was the watches? Was that the very first part, and then they brought all the accessories with it, or were they bringing kind of like product lines out, and then they wanted to be watches, so Seiko paired with them?
No, so here's the thing: Jack Carlson and Eric Wind are long-standing friends, right?
Okay.
So for a long time, and I think Eric is also a stakeholder, as it happens in Rowing Blazers from an earlier period. But for a long time, Eric Wind of Wind Vintage, windvintage.com, did help Jack acquire a number of vintage pieces. And then they started
Vintage Seiko 5 pieces.
vintage Seiko pieces, including vintage Seiko pieces, but a lot of quirky vintage watches, like a lot of branded Rolex pieces, like the Dominos Rolex, etc.
Okay.
And at some point, and I don't know when that was, they started featuring selections of vintage watches in their clubhouse, right, in the first storefront they had in New York City.
Okay.
But throughout, they always had these watch straps, which were always, a nice selection of NATO straps, very, very standard, very reasonably priced. This is the one that I'm wearing now, the navy and red zigzag, which is really cribbed from the regimental stripes of the Royal Artillery, and which they adopted, as you know, because you have an example now for the tin box which these watches come in. Right? You remember
I've got
that.
it right here. Yeah, nice presentation though. You've got like this,
Yeah.
and
Awesome.
on one side you have the NATO strap, which I've never put on. Got your pillow, extra links, and warranty card. You want to read it?
So let me see if I can find a nice. I guess you can see it on eBay at this point. But this is the Seiko 5. That's that plastic one.
Yeah. So if you look at that strap, that's what I was mentioning. I think that's the best one.
I really like the fact that they, throughout these lineups, all the different colorways, they never went for a predictable strap
I
option.
know.
Right?
They
It's
really
not,
cool. It's like the furthest they could clash. They paired them that way.
maybe, but it somehow works. I really like this particular combination. The green has a very nice combination as well. That's kind of like the Nightmare Before Christmas, like it's purple with black, I think, the NATO strap that comes with it. The yellow dial that they introduced this year had kind of a Rasta style strap, tricolors for Africa and Jamaica.
So one of the cool things about this is it's 40 millimeter, which when you see a lot of the Seiko 5s, they're in 42 or 43 and a half. So every rowing blazer that you see is 40 mil. And in between the days there, you've got your normal day date in that window there. You see there that they have
Mhm.
the Japanese days as well.
That's right. That's of course one of my favorite things about Seiko's entry level pieces with this day date function that's bilingual. I have this that combines English and kanji, English and Japanese. I have my Seiko SKX 007 and 009 that combines English and Arabic, and I have my King Turtle that combines English and Spanish. So I love that. I think that's a cool little detail that, speaking of club where everyone belongs, that's a nice way to have some multilingualism on the dial. I appreciate that.
For sure. And if you have some of the cheaper day dates that are in this price range, it can be really kind of one of the things that turns you away from the watch. I like having the day and the date correct, but if you have something like a Tissot that doesn't have a quick set function, for this, these Seiko 5 movements, you pull the crown out like one position, and as you go backwards, you're setting the day of the week, and as you go forwards, you're setting the calendar date. And I can't tell you how handy that is and how useful it is that you can quickly flip through both sides and get your day and your date quickly correct, and then push it back in and start winding the watch, and you're good for the rest of the day without
That
thinking about it.
I love that, actually. I love that you pointed that out, because even Seiko fans like me, we sometimes rail them for their movements, which are not necessarily the most, at this level especially, right? Not necessarily the most precise, certainly not chronometrically regulated out of the factory, so to speak. But there are some very nice features to them that we take for granted. A lot of the Seiko pieces, for example, have this magical lever function, right? That you pick them up and they almost already start working, right? You don't have to shake them about.
Right.
These are the earlier movements that didn't have the hand wound function, right? Because self-winding, but that you can crank up from the crown. So you pick up as an SKX 007 or SKX 009, and it instantly starts working because it is engineered to quick start that way. And like you said, the day date is so easy to set, that one direction for the day, one direction for the date, set the time, pull it out again, set the time, and you're ready to go once you lock your crown. So Seiko is still my favorite brand for anything under 500, honestly. And this watch retailed right at that edge, around 549, 540, sorry, 595 or something like that. So I think that's still a sweet spot, especially if you appreciate the design. And yes, this was actually modeled after a vintage Seiko diver that Jack Carlson has in his collection, and that Eric helped him acquire. So the orange dial is the most appropriate one, in a way, that takes after that original design.
Each one of the hour markers that they have there have a little bit of lume in horizontal and vertical. So you get this feature where around the outside, you've kind of got like a fence look, and then underneath it, there's like little tick marks that glow up. So it's a nice little effect that you have on the dial from where they chose to put the lume. My favorite part about this watch is when it's Sunday, you get like 3 hours of it. I think it's 3 hours of the Japanese writing of Sunday, which takes up almost the whole entire window there. And it's in red. And then you get the red Sunday. So kind of that's the end of your week. and it's a nice little delight touch they have for Sunday that you see across the entire Seiko line, just about.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
It's also an open case backs, which is good for the people that are going to be wearing this watch, or who may be gifted this watch that would end up wearing it quite often, are now getting to see an automatic movement that and the rotor. There's nothing super special with it, but it's all there, and it doesn't look cheap.
Yeah, it's easier for me to show it since you have it on the bracelet, so I will just. And it has that kind of memento mori symbol, with a skeleton posed in a pensive position, as time flies, kind of reflects on that passage. Let's see.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite parts.
And of course, as it happens, since these were not extremely limited, but still limited edition watches, there's your number there as well, engraved on
53 of 888.
Yeah. So.
And it looks good on the wrist. I mean, when you wear a steel Daytona, it doesn't take up much more or less space than this. I mean,
I think that's one of the good things they did with this particular collaboration. I think they did go pretty intentionally with a size that's relatively unisex, if you know what I mean. That would look good on basically on everyone's wrist. The Dress KX platform, so to speak, the ones in the Seiko 5 line that are styled more like a dress watch rather than the dive watch style with the rotational bezel and everything. So I think
it's like,
I think overall this is great.
I think he's gonna love it.
Yeah, let's see which of Plastic's 9 kids ends up getting it, but I'm pretty excited already.
Yeah.
Man, so what
I was
else?
going back through and thinking on the GMT pre-vintage train, and a couple watches stood out to me that I wanted to maybe discuss with you.
Of course. Let's
the GMT black 16710.
That's so
the Professor watch, right?
You mean the ceramic one?
Not the ceramic one. The 5-digit.
Okay. The first ceramic is Professor's personal watch, and also I think still a part of Plastic's collection too. For a long time he had that watch, but 16710, as you know, is something that I own and that I have in my collection, and I absolutely love it in every guise, honestly. And you can, like you mentioned, you can get it with a black bezel, And that's what, by the way, our friend this has, Desjardins. He had the Pepsi bezel, but replaced it with black and has been wearing it with black for a while. I have the Coke, which I really like because of the fade it gets. And my piece is from around 1997, so it has like a slight patina without really looking like a vintage piece,
Mm-hmm.
like an eggshell color on the tritium material on the dial, which was the case, of course, before the turn of the millennium. Honestly, I like it, but if I were to get one of these pieces, I would probably, if I were to get one of these pieces today, if I went out, I would probably still get the Coke bezel if I could find it. And you can always complement it with the, authentic OEM black and Pepsi bezels, which,
You see, Coke's going for around 12,000,
yeah,
and the black going for like a little bit over 10.
yeah. And, I mean, they will try to sell you those Coke and Pepsi bezels at least at $500 a pop, right? If they're original. So it's the same. It's
Yeah,
the same. I know it seems like an unconscionable premium, but if it's small. It's a small difference to pay for what you actually want. If you know what I mean.
yeah.
If you do prefer the black, I mean, same thing with the 16570, right? For me, it's not even a question. Of course, I love the Polar white dial. Polar Explorer 2 for me is the one to get
That's the
because the
one to
other,
get. And
yeah,
that's competing in this exact same time in the exact same, I mean, function, right? You've got two
yeah,
GMTs. I think the Polar is, even though it's, you can get for 7,000 now, is kind of a better value versus something like this.
in a way, and that's exactly because people really, I mean, since the introduction of ceramic bezels, it's been the time of the GMT Master, right? The Daytona had already superseded and in a way displaced the Submariner as Rolex's iconic sports watch. And it seems in this recent craze, in this recent surge of interest in Rolex, even the GMT Master has taken that runners up spot. So
Mhm.
people really, and what they really like about that watch is, in addition to everything that it brings together in terms of being an everyday wearer and having the kind of history that is connected with aviation and like jet setting travel. It's also a very colorful watch, right? They usually come with bicolor bezels. So this kind of GMT Master goes against that grain. And it does make a certain kind of statement, and that's why it's also endearing to me. But on the other hand, just like the Black Dial Explorer 2, 5-digit 16570, it looks a little bit too generic, right? It just looks like another Rolex sports watch. Whereas,
As far as these lines go that ran in the early 90s sometimes throughout the early 2000s, that just continued around that time, are there significant upgrades in either the movements or the bracelets? Like, I know the later bracelets for like those Cokes have the glide. Is it the glide?
No, yeah, most certainly. First of all, so when you are going for utility and, just a closer wearing experience to what you have come to appreciate with contemporary Rolex, you have to go for something that's after year 2000, because that's where the solid end links come into place. That's where you get, of course, the luminova / super luminova on the dial, so you will still have fully functional luminous material on the dial. So those are very distinct differences, and I don't know the exact cutoff for the no holes case, but depending on, again, where you stand on that aesthetic, the cleaner look of the no holes case might be preferable to some. I always love the holes case, both because the way it looks and because of its modularity, right? It's so easy to take off the bracelet with a no holes case and pair the watch up with a leather strap or with a NATO strap or with just anything else. And for sure, both with the Explorer 2 and the GMT Master 2, around those time periods, there are the movements do shift. And, off the top of my mind, again, I can't just give you the dates exactly, but I can certainly help with something like that. But yes, of course, it makes a difference with the movement. I don't care, honestly, with a generation, that I'm not one of those who fight over whether the 3130 or 3131 is better, but they are different movements, and they do have different power reserves. So
I mean, you mentioned the holes in the bracelet and holes in the case, and how you're trading functionality for design or look, right?
yeah,
I mean, we'll never see holes again. We'll never see any of that. I don't think. The bracelet technology, I think, is going to remain mostly the same. Did you see anything from what they came out with the new watches that they talked about on like bracelet technology?
what do you mean? Whose new watches?
Well, I think as you go through the different bracelets they have, there's going to be like some minor differences on basically what's holding them together. What's I thought there was something in one of their Jubilee models that they said, "Oh, it has this design on it now." I could be wrong. I was just wondering. The
Look, I
main
mean,
thing though
here's
is
the
the
thing:
clasp.
the older bracelets don't have solid end links, don't have solid links when you go far back enough. So the feel is very different. The wearing experience is different. The bracelets do wear out faster, right, and get that jingly jangly feeling both at
Yeah.
the ends of the bracelet, where it connects to where it mounts on the watch, and overall. So you either roll with that or not. You either find that detrimental or not. Ultimately, a lot of people do prefer and appreciate the heft, the weight, and the solidity that the modern construction brings to Rolex. In fact, you might say that's the main reason a lot of people prefer Rolex over not only vintage Rolex, but above other brands, right? Their
Let me,
bracelets has been kind of the industry standard for quite some time. And not only because of the glide lock, but also because of the sheer construction as well.
Um, let me ask you this about the bezel between this watch and the Explorer 2 Polar.
Mm.
Much different approach that you have. This one you can interchange with different colors, like you said, with um, a toothpick and a little bit of effort. You pop it right in. On the other one, you've got basically printed writing that, if you wear it long enough, kind of fades away. And
Yeah,
so,
it wears off if you blow on it. Pause.
right,
But yeah, for mine, for example, has worn off at 6 and 18. So it's not only when you might touch it while you are manipulating the crown, but even your cuff or the sleeve of your long sleeve shirt would start rubbing off the numbers. It's again, it's a certain aesthetic. You either hate it or love it. I don't think
right.
there's a middle ground.
Um, but you can kind of use that too in the secondary market of like, all right, well, how used is this? Even though some of it is after 20 or 30, 40 years, it's going to be, if it was worn sometimes, like some of these letters are going to be a little faded.
For sure. And again, it happens like this. The one way to tell it, of course, is, one way of telling the use as well is the sunburst finish, right? Which is very distinct on this fixed 24-hour bezel. And as you can see, the edge or the angle of it is mirror polished as well. So having those contrasts very distinct is another, I think, nice tell that you can have. Of course, you always, look at the lugs. You always look at the crown guards. For me, again, I like my watches broken in. But my Explorer 2 was the one that hurt most because it was actually in decent condition, and I introduced a couple of nicks to it. And, the bezel itself wasn't all that worn off. Barely, maybe a smidgen at 6 when I first acquired it, but it started wearing off, and I learned to love it. But then again, I love, my youngest watch is now 21 years old, so I'm that kind of guy. I like older stuff. I like stuff that shows its age. Others don't, and I don't think you do. Honestly, I think you prefer things to stay a little more fresh.
Yeah. Is there any difference in the crystal on this one? Is it still the same 2.5x or 1.5x on? It just seems like on these Explorers that they're not quite as
No, it's the same.
magnified. Is it the
It's
same?
the same. It's the
Exact
same. I
same?
think it might be just an optical illusion, or it may be one watch that they, replaced with uh, some stupid generic crystal. Who knows? That. No offense to Bob's watches. I'm not trying to, allege them or defame anything. But sometimes, the pictures are taken of a watch that may have had some sort of, change up, some sort of switcheroo, which is not usual. I haven't seen any difference between the magnifying cyclops of a standard GMT Master 2 and Explorer 2 in terms of how much it's supposed to magnify.
I think, yeah, like I said, I thought those were good values. I mean, a $7,000 if you can get one that's in good shape for the Polar, and 10,000 for the GMT in that kind of neo vintage 5-digit range. They could go down some more, but I mean, I think you're starting to see these in really quite comfortable price points. What do you think? You may be muted. Hello.
I have both. Sorry about that. I have both in my collection, and I've never regretted acquiring them. I got my Explorer 2 Polar when it was considered the absolute dog of the entire range. And it's one of those moments that brought me into the Archie Luxury fold, actually, because it was after his suggestion that I started seriously looking into the Polar. And I got the Coke at a very good deal where I wasn't necessarily looking for an entire assembly, you know, all the accessories and the box and the booklets and the warranty papers and whatever. I usually don't care about that stuff, but it had that full set, and I got a good deal on it, which, you know, is not that much different actually from what they sell around these times. You know, maybe $500 cheaper. You know, it wasn't a steal like my Explorer 2 was, but I love it just as much. And you know, again, I haven't second guessed it ever. I think both are
Between the
great watches. If I would get one, for me, I would still get the Polar Explorer 2. But I think for you, I know you'll start obsessing about the fixed bezel because it is going to wear off if you actually wear the watch. If you don't wear the watch because it will wear off, why the fuck do you buy it?
right.
I think the great thing about the aluminum bezel inserts in previous generations of GMT Master and GMT Master 2 is they age more gracefully, right? Because the numbers smudged off of that fixed bezel, you can consider an imperfection. I don't necessarily, but I understand how one might. Whereas there's a whole cult over how the bicolor GMT bezels age and fade and turn into different kinds of colors. And that in itself is quite attractive to observe over time.
For sure.
And I think that would be the way to go. You know, I know you a little by now, I think.
Yep.
You know, and you can correct me when I'm wrong, but that's what I think. I think you should go for, you know, 16710, which is a great deal. And I would, you know, I think the black bezel is great. Don't take me wrong, but you know, get the Pepsi or Coke. You can always add the black bezel, which is so much easier to acquire, so much cheaper,
Right.
and for a real OEM thing, you know, it's either way. It won't cost you an arm and a leg to acquire a Coke bezel or acquire a Pepsi bezel either, unless you are going for, like, you know, something that's extremely faded and possibly even engineered, you know, because people actually specialize in making, you know, fake and fake authentic Rolex parts, as you know, as we observed many times in so many scandals that ail this auction world and the collectors universe in general. So it is what it is.
Well, that's good. I'm hoping we can contact Plastic and, you know, get his details so that you can send it his way. It'd be funny for him to bring it up on the streams he goes on his new watch.
It would be great. I will try to write to him after the end of tonight's show, Of course, it might be the happy coincidence that he just drops by after the if he just drops by now, it will be great. But yeah, he might not. By the way, I Love Maldives sent me a very generous PayPal donation again and wants me to go through the Monaco Legends auction. I hope he's still there because it's been a while since he sent that email. So I hope he's still here. If he is, I will try to go to that.
Is it watches or is it cars?
I don't think anyone is stupid to ask my opinion about cars, so it's most certainly watches. Let me send him an Instagram message. All right, so we are doing Monaco Legends, and this is Sir French Fries Monster. Nice. I love this watch. And I love the warm angle you caught it with. It almost makes it look like gold.
It does. Certainly steel, but yeah, it was a warm shot there with it was outside, but kind of inside of a like breezeway. So I think the paint and that was kind of like a light yellow may be reflected off there as well. On the Rowing Blazers too, the reason why I got the orange is it looks a little bit like the popular Orange Monster Seiko, right? As far as the shade. And that was like that big 42 was like kind of the cool one to get for years almost. I mean, it was super popular.
And it's, it's also just such a great color for a diver as well. It has that kind of immediate association with, like life vests and, that kind of, emergency equipment as well. So love it. Wow, this is a really nice selection that they came up with at the Monaco Legends, which is, of course, Davide Parmigiani and Claude Cohen, if I'm not mistaken. I'm trying to see what I would like to start with.
Millenary.
Yeah, just to while I wait for Maldives to see if he wants me to prioritize any particular brands.
So
this seems like this seems like the mirror image or the negative image of the Quincy Jones model, right?
Right. Quincy Jones came out with a model. I think there was only like maybe 500 or a couple of hundred, limited release for sure, for the Millenary. Now, it's not a special movement of any kind, and the keys don't do anything that you can, but what you do get is you know, this oval shaped millenary movement with date and piano keys that are on the outside. So this went to like this is like their old version of the music maybe where they would release it. But Quincy Jones collaborated with them and has black piano keys on the outside here and different shades. So you can still see where the black keys are there, but where there's white keys, it's almost like a different color. It's like pewter almost. So it's different. Let's say black
Yeah.
and grays. There you
Here's
go.
the Quincy Jones
This
model.
is the one to get.
Yeah, and
One of
it does also have a PVD coated case, if I'm not mistaken. So it does have that sort of blacked out look, kind of like the Dark Knight look compared to those, you know, black and white, straight up piano keys that
And if you
surround.
look at the millenary, there's only probably 2 millenaries that you really would ever want. Really. I mean, you see these millenaries, you think, oh, it'd be cool to have a 30-year-old AP. It wouldn't. It's not when you have to send it to service. You're looking at like 5 to 7,000 maybe to get your movement worked on. It's not a fun experience, but there's 2 of these I think that rise to the top. This Quincy Jones millenary. It's a different. You're already starting off from a spot that you're wearing a different watch. It's a different shape of everybody else's watch that's going to be around for sure. You've got an oval now. It wears like a little bit of a wide 40. It doesn't wear like it's 40. What is it, 47 or something?
Mm.
A 47, they're usually talking about a round watch. This isn't a round watch. So it's going to be a little bit big, but it's if you can wear a 41, I think you can wear this wrist on your
Yeah,
wrist.
I think actually they're very nicely proportioned pieces. Of course, it is a truly odd shape, right? It's you should be certainly trying it on before you go through with any sort of purchase. I think the millenary that's really the one to get is the reference 25898.
Star wheel.
Yeah, with in stainless steel as well, made on the 125th anniversary of the brand, and is actually, again, because it uses, just like the Quincy Jones special here, just because it uses the negative space of that dial so well.
Yes. This is the other one that you would say out of the millenary shape. What's an older AP that you would wear? Now, this is the coolest movement that they've ever come up with, and I think it's even cooler than the new one they have. Because right here you can see the time. It's 10:10, right? But you can see the digital reading of it on the right side. 10, and then you've got 0 to 60 on the right side of the track. So as your watch turns throughout the day, the correct number of the hour is going to be in this white side, and it'll be lined up with the minutes on the gauge there on the right
and
side of the
and
dial.
you know what I really like about this particular design, especially in steel, is how you have both a material and abstract representation of the complication, right? You have the transparent hour discs,
Mm-hmm.
which show you the star wheels that give the name to their implementation of the wandering hours movement. And then you have the 3 corresponding stars on the dial. Again, that's what I meant with the use of negative space on the dial, that give you another representation of that movement. And like you said, the minutes are read on this separate scale. And again, that just a slight thoughtful element of design there that makes that transparent wheel readable through the hour, right, with this white track. And then you have the entire calibration of the minutes on the outer.
Right. And you've got, a movement that's now centered around placing your hour marker and that little point along the track, right? And so you've got a truly different kind of watch there where it's not hours and seconds necessarily. It needs to get the right disc in front of into that section at the right time and displayed.
Yeah.
But both of those pieces are really, really cool.
Yeah, very interesting. And this is again, it's kind of like another limited edition and kind of the photographic negative of the Quincy Jones signature. This was lot 45, pianoforte millenary, with a pre-auction estimate between 10 to 20,000 euro, in white gold from 2008 with the reference 15325, and it's apparently a limited edition of 500 pieces. So I have actually lot numbers from I Heart Maldives. I love Maldives to examine from this auction. So let's go with them in sequence, and we will take a look at a reference that's familiar to you first. This is lot 18 for the 5-digit Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, the Zenith Daytona. What do you think of this beast?
So this was number one on his list?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Do you see?
I'm in love with this one.
Special things?
There's a couple of things on this particular one that you wouldn't see on others. The Tiffany stamp right below Cosmograph, right away. But yeah, you've got the black dial version of 16520, stainless steel bezel. The Zenith movement.
And the great thing, by the way, just to be sure, because anyone can do all sorts of, dodgy things to present a watch having that kind of provenance. This one actually does come with
papers,
as a full set with the papers that is actually stamped by Tiffany, which is great. I made you a pretty strong case for the white dial version. One reason was, of course, because you like the Panda. Second, I think it's a more versatile piece. Again, a little less predictable, right? A black dial Rolex, what's new? But what I do like about this particular black dial with the reference 16520 is, again, the unique ways those outer rings of the chronograph registers age. Now, of course, there's a very niche early version that Osvaldo Patrizi started obsessing about, where those outer rings actually turn into a shade of coffee or tobacco, which are actually called Patrizi dials after him now. But I also just simply love how there's this off-white cream-like color that very nicely harmonizes with the way that tritium on the hands and the indices age as well. So that's a nice detail that I really like about a black dial Zenith Daytona.
So this one is full-on Tiffany with the Tiffany box.
Yeah, and again, that's something anyone can acquire and put together, but the fact that it does come with the original set of papers as well as an original receipt from Tiffany makes a very compelling case for this particular example. Again, a Tiffany stamp dial is cool, but would you really like to take the risk to pay such a premium for a watch that doesn't really have the provenance? You probably don't. This is also a watch, as it happens, and that's why they represent it next to Pucci Papaleo's Daytona Perpetual book. This is apparently the exact watch with the black dial that is represented here, that is photographed here.
So they released it in both colors.
Yes. The only thing that's soured that relationship was at some point Rolex decided that they're not going to let anyone stamp their dials. And Tiffany was pretty stringent about that. They would not sell anything that didn't say Tiffany on the dial. That's why nowadays, the only watches they sell are either their own or Patek, and Patek has a pretty special relationship still. I don't know if it's forever, but still with Tiffany, where they do let them stamp the dials in New York. But I don't know if you heard about the recent developments. It's become a very New York exclusive thing now. They have Tiffany basically eliminated all Patek boutiques from every other store that they have, except for the newly renovated flagship location in New York. So,
wow,
it's something that belongs to a bygone time. I do love these kinds of dual signed watches, whether it's Baya, Gubelin, Tiffany. It's a very cool thing. It's a very rare thing. I know it's an insane premium.
So would you feel that way if you didn't see all that paperwork with it?
I wouldn't look twice at it if there wasn't that paperwork, because
the paperwork that had Tiffany's name on it, you could see printed on there. It really makes a difference, because you see from time to time these watches pop up that are naked, and look period correct and seem like they could possibly fit, but it does raise a lot of questions on, are you going to take the gamble on this? It's nice to see at this auction here, one of the ones that all of its stuff kept up with, and
let me put it this way. I mean, even when that kind of watch comes naked, and even if you think, oh, I can tell this is the exact font, if I can inspect the watch in person, I know what I'm getting. Whatever. I mean, even if you think and you are convinced, you're still gonna pay a certain premium for the naked watch, because it has that retailer stamp on the dial, whether it's Tiffany & Co. or Serpico y Laino. That being said, of all the retailers that people do fuckery with watches, it must be Rolex and Tiffany together. And there have been many nasty cases in the past that I don't want to get into. In this case, you will pay an even more significant premium, but at least you have the paper trail. At least you have the documents that pretty much solidify that provenance for you. And that goes so much further for me than just a blue box and some writing on the dial.
Right.
And this is lot number 18 for Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, reference 16520, with a black dial, once retailed and signed on the dial by Tiffany & Co. from 1992, with the estimated value of in the range between 80,000 to 160,000 euro. Sorry, Jay, go ahead.
One of the things to note, though, on this Daytona and all stainless steel, and obviously throughout the indices that they use, like the markers there for the lume plots, are white gold, and all the hands are like all the components that you see on top of the dial is white gold. So you've got a little bit of a texture finish there that'll always kind of sparkle. And what I like about in this series of the Zenith Daytona line is you see on the outside, like the outside end link, like basically where people would catch to see your watch. It's brushed. It's not like that real high polish like mirror look. It's more just Rolex brushed, and you don't really get to high polish till the center of the until you're on the bracelet, like in the center part. So on this one, I mean, it's easier to be a little bit more discreet on this one if someone catches it from the side, because it's not that finish that you're gonna see. Whereas after this model, and they started using in-house movements, that outside portion is like extra polish, like, and especially with the gold ones. I mean, that's really what's going to catch your eye.
By the way, sometimes people get confused about this, and rightly so, because this Daytona was basically the first stainless steel watch where Rolex started doing this. The polished center links is what I'm talking about, but early examples actually come with fully brushed bracelets, and that's one such example, right? It was sold in 1992. I don't exactly know, again, when the transition was off the top of my mind for this particular thing, but I know for a fact that some early examples actually comes with fully satin brushed bracelet rather than the polished center link. And that's a cool detail here as well. Because again, who knows how long this piece had to wait on the, in the case before it was picked up at Tiffany's. Okay, so let's see. Next up is lot 23. So for me, yes. Lot 18 is a yes, because if you are going to go with something like this, if you do actually want to either invest in or indulge in a Tiffany stamp dial, you should go for an example like this, where the provenance is a case that's practically closed and shut, rather than leaving anything to imagination. Oh my, he went with all these classic tool watch, sports watch icons. All right, this is, of course, the Blancpain 50 Fathoms mil-spec, yep, which was the inspiration for this most recent 9-carat bronze gold limited edition they came up with to celebrate and close out the 75th anniversary.
It makes you wonder. I mean, you can see the inspiration on the new watch that picks up a lot of these design points. But
Mhm.
if that watch fails, I don't know if it does anything to this legacy. But this is a cool one to have.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm not even talking about the fuckery of Swatch X Blancpain. That's that will get us, that will get us into a digression that we might not even be able to recover. But I was thinking of the this one.
I mean, it's simple. I mean, it's to the point. I liked it with that last picture, where you can just see um, the way that the bevels are kind of at the end of the bezel. Um, I love that about watches of this time, how detailed that is, and it's a great look.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the great uh, one of the great virtues of this particular example is the condition of the case, to be sure, but also the bakelite insert, which seems just perfectly aged and almost spotless, right? Not spotless enough that you would, again, suspect some sort of foul play. And again, the dial obviously has luminous material, tritium specifically, that has been degraded, but it just looks very authentic, very nicely coherent. And of course, even the font of that Blancpain signature is just amazing. It really catches you. I mean, that's
It's still
why.
yeah, it's placed in a way where it's like still shining through to this day, right? I mean, it's still
That's
just
why, as an aesthetic, I really loved this bronze gold piece that they introduced, even when I didn't really like the price so much. But yeah, that was the 70th anniversary Act 3, which takes its inspiration from this watch. I also love the lozenge-shaped marker at 12 o'clock. That and the moisture indicator makes this watch a very unique aesthetic, even though, of course, it has a lot of the visual markers that we came to know, that we came to recognize as the dive watch, between the Blancpain 50 Fathoms and Rolex Submariner. That's what we have. That's the aesthetic that we have embraced. That's what has been etched in our minds.
And so, would some claim that this particular one was one of the first dive watches? Is that kind of their claim to fame, or is there some controversy on that? Is it actually this model, or is it
There's,
another one?
there's of course controversy, especially since Periscope touched on it, because look, the thing is, not only is it that particular claim, but the mythology that surrounds that claim, right? Because obviously there were watches that have been professionally used for diving, and very efficiently, and uh, very favorably by professional divers, by military frogmen, so on and so forth, before the Submariner and before the Blancpain 50 Fathoms. The 50 Fathoms has a particular story where it's merged together a certain aesthetic with a number of patents that had at least a claim to be one of the first, if not one of the first. So when you think about the modern dive watch aesthetic, it is one of those definitive pieces for sure. So, and this particular example again with, if you look at the case pack too, these sorts of case packs through years of removal and servicing can usually be, even if they're opened with the right tools, can show all sorts of wear and tear. This looks almost impeccable. Look at the depth of those engravings, crisp and perfectly legible. So again, it seems to be a great example. And as far as my eyes can discern, even the rubber band seems to be period correct. Of course, that's likely something sourced and paired with this watch, but it doesn't hurt.
So
Doesn't
talk to
hurt.
me about the functionality of the moisture gauge there. It's it's right in the middle,
Yeah.
but I'm sure it does something you're going to tell us about.
Yeah. So the moisture indicator on these watches, and you can find it, in Bulova's version of these as well, the Bulova Millships, was designed with the particular purpose for military issued watch, because a lot of these instruments, including the dive watches, were given by the quartermaster at the beginning of a mission, whether it's a dive or some other kind of posting you have. And that moisture indicator was something that served the quartermaster, served Q, so to speak, who at the end of the mission would collect the watch from the frogman or from the soldier, from the diver, so on and so forth, and who would know whether the case was compromised in any way, whether there was any sort of humidity or water ingress by looking at that moisture indicator. Because if this is a personal watch, you more or less know what is going on, right?
Right.
But as Q always says to Bond, return it in one piece.
Mm-hmm.
And chances are, a lot of the stuff that gets issued to professional divers, soldiers, etc., don't come back, quote unquote, in one piece. And the moisture indicator is a very quick way to tell, oh, okay, if this has turned all, quote unquote, orange, it means that there is water ingress, there is humidity ingress. This watch needs to be serviced, needs to be possibly rehauled before it goes on another mission. So that's what that was for.
In you've got tritium here on the loom, is that right?
Yes, this is a piece from 1964, so that seems about right as
So
well.
I read that after 12 years, the half-life has occurred for tritium. So this one would have had, I don't know, 4 or 5 half-lives, meaning that you probably wouldn't have a very high register on the Geiger counter for radioactivity.
Not much, no, and certainly no real discernible illumination in dark. I have a lot of tritium watches, and one that's close enough to this in the sense that my 5513 is from late 60s. So it is, a little younger than this, but most certainly you don't really get any luminosity from the dial at that point. You can kind of charge it up and see how it glows momentarily before it
Right.
flickers off.
Yeah, but it's like a fluorescent light that's going off. I mean, it's going off pretty quick once you remove the fluorescent.
Yeah. So I'm also a big fan of this for Maldives again, lots 23. The estimate is extremely conservative, so don't get too excited all of a sudden. And I'm only saying this jokingly, Maldives, but for everyone else too. 6,000 to 12,000 euro. I think that is a ceiling that will be positively smashed for this kind of example, especially because it's the 70th anniversary and there is an intensified awareness on the legacy of the 50 Fathoms with the diffusion of the Swatch Blancpain collaboration as well. I'm not saying that, don't take me wrong, I'm not saying that someone who just bought the Swatch might run into an auction in Monte Carlo to buy a vintage example of that watch. I'm just saying that the way we have been pumped up 50 Fathoms content since the beginning of the year, that has been capped off with the hype release of that particular collaboration, means that there would be infinitely more eyes on this lot, and I do not see it finishing anywhere within that bracket between 6 to 12,000.
You said pumped up there. I thought you were gonna go full Arnold on that.
Yeah. How you doing?
Get down.
As you know, I like my tool watches.
They make
but
50,000 big watch. My big muscle.
But 50 Fathoms is a small watch. It's not a real man's watch. I much prefer Panerai to this.
Can it get to the chopper?
You cannot get to the chopper now.
That's funny.
I don't know if it's funny, but I have to get it off my chest. When you say Arnold, I have to do my silly
You were
impression.
saying pump it up,
Well, that's the Joe Budden song. That's his only hit. Pump it up.
Yep.
We can't say it for too long, I guess, without receiving a copyright strike. I'm sure Budden is there to collect the checks. So let's see what else we have. Lot 36 again for I Love Maldives. He went for all the heavy hitters. Man. Speaking of double signatures, and we were just talking about Baya in the context of the reference 3941 from the Philips auction that is coming up in Geneva in November. This is Nautilus Jumbo in yellow gold, which already makes it quite rare. But this one is also retailed and signed on the dial by Baya. Let's see what else it comes with. Okay, they did all the work. They did all the work for this curation. I mean, look, I do expect more and more from someone like Davide Parmigiani, who also works with his son, of course, in this endeavor, in addition to his partner in Claude Cohen. But yeah, they have 2 extracts from the archives. That's, one from Patek Philippe which certifies the dial, the date of manufacture, the date of sale in 1980, and then you have an extract from Baya's archives, which confirms the same information. And I'm always a huge fan of older Patek Philippe cases. You know, the presentation boxes are just a lot more authentic. Beautiful wooden box. Listen, I mean, it's an absolutely outrageous level of course, in terms of the price point, even compared to the Tiffany signed Daytona that we were just looking at. But this is apparently one of only 4 who that are signed by Patek and Baya. And remember, again, you know, now in the aftermath, in the wake of the hype, where Nautilus is a globally recognized watch, not to, you know, blow things out of proportion, but it's one of those iconic pieces, now one of the 3, you know, what part of the trilogy of hype watches, you know, between the Rolex Daytona, Audemars Piguet Royal Oak, and Patek Nautilus. You know, you basically have that trilogy, or have that trinity of the hypest of hype watches that have ever hyped. And, you know, they did that little snippets from the Nautilus book, which displays those dual signatures on the dial. And between, of course, Gubelin, Asprey, and Tiffany are all fantastic. But, you know, Baya, again, holding that claim to being the oldest watch shop, that's not, you know, that's nothing to sneeze at. And honestly, you know, with the kind of detail provided on the extract from Baya's archives, I find it compelling. You know, is it as seemingly perfect as the 16520 that we were just looking at, that was stamped Tiffany on the dial? No, but that's not to cast any aspersions on it. Because look, I have seen other prominent auction houses that sell dual signature watches and that don't even bother to correspond with the retailer that has their stamp on the dial, or that ostensibly has their stamp on the dial. For me, it matters that they checked, and it matters that they got the 2 independent verifications that testify to different kinds of information about the watch. Now, would I necessarily go with the stratospheric price outlined here? I don't know. I mean, that's a price segment that I don't roll in, so I won't really pass a judgment on that. But this is the original Patek Philippe Nautilus Jumbo, the Jarrah design that they introduced in 1976. Already quite rare in yellow gold. This particular example carrying the signature of the famed Zurich-based retailer Bayer on the dial is probably one of only 4. And it is here presented with extracts from Patek's and Bayer's archives. And accordingly, it has an estimated value that ranges between $250,000 and $500,000 in Europe.
Double signed on an extremely rare watch.
Yeah. And French Fries Monster says second-hand prices have risen on 50 Fathoms since the Swatch one, apparently. Possibly. Why not? And Artie says, because we were talking about some of the Mondani and Pucci Papaleo books, which have great production value, great-looking books, but are a little expensive. He says, I had a bunch of the Mondani books, sold them all high on philately and even higher priced. I mean, yeah, let me not get into that, but that's a whole empire, Mondani. So Lot 56 is another choice by I Love Maldives, and we have so far loved Maldives' choices. This is nice too, and
Onyx, right?
actually very low key. Yeah, very low key. Platinum.
Ooh, yeah.
Rolex day dates with the Onyx style.
36 mil, probably.
Of course, yeah. It takes until almost when was it? It takes until the 21st century, I was gonna say. But I think it takes at least a decade after that as well.
So right away you can see the day of the week is in Spanish,
which is cool, but my internet is not cooperating, so I can't see anything right now. Man. What am I gonna do?
What do we do?
Let me see. I mean, I do need a quick break as well. Can you entertain the audience while I restart?
Yeah, do we get the chat open? That's fine.
Yes. I'll be right back.
So Artie, so you bought and sold those Mondani books, which I'm guessing is a pretty expensive bill to send those huge books that are super heavy. I bought a couple of them new and a couple of them used, but yeah, they're good to have around. Let's see who else is here. The 50th Fathoms, they're see the new ones they come out with, everyone kind of likes, They see the price tag, they kind of don't like. And then they see the size and I said, wait, what? they're just, I don't know why they're bucking this trend where they just can't even make 41 mil. They can't make 40 mil. I think you'd have more people that would, that feel like that's their size and would go for it, but they still continue to make these monster, super complicated watches that are unnecessarily large. What am I wearing today? 5-digit Rolex Daytona. I'll take it off. Yeah, I wear this one like maybe once or twice a month. I got it in good shape. I got it maybe about a year ago. I bought it in an auction in Hong Kong. And I said, if this thing gets to a certain price, I'm buying it right at this price. Um, and then you have to pay for the shipping and for the duties. And yeah, came in exactly as advertised, in really good condition with the full set. So it's a fun one to wear. It always looks good. It's the Daytona that's the most balanced. If you go back and look at the 5-digit Daytonas, just look at how balanced they are, vertically going across. Um, it's a winner for sure. Really good value right now too. So what was the next one that was on his list? I've got probably one more, and I'm gonna have to leave the stream.
Let's do it. Let's do it. It was the platinum
Thanks, Fries.
day dates that we were looking at. The 18026.
Oh yeah, Onyx.
With the Onyx style. Look, I mean, it's a beautiful watch, but platinum Rolex day dates from this vintage period that come with any sort of special dial, usually the semi-precious stones, but some of the wooden dials can be pretty desirable as well, are just way too expensive in auctions, right? They already have estimates that are quite scary to begin with. And since they are sniped by, groups of collectors who really obsess about some of these particular day dates and date justs from a bygone period of time that have these special dials, and they are very special. Like, one of the things I love about these dials is how Rolex leaves them unappointed, right? Of course, you have the frame for the day and the date. Of course, you have a few lines of writing, but the dial is completely absent of indices, hour markers, or any other markings of any sort. So you get to admire the particular stone or wooden texture to the fullest extent. We talked a lot about the provenance, right? When it comes to the double signs, double signature dials, and whatever else. Same goes for a lot of these kinds of pieces, right? You would like to know that the watch actually was born with that dial, but with a lot of the vintage day dates and date just, that's basically impossible. And this is the case here. And this is also a watch that's a platinum day date that does not arrive with the matching bracelets, which again does not necessarily cast any aspersions about the origin of the watch, because Rolex always sold day dates traditionally without the bracelets as well, right? People bought day dates on leather straps every day of the week and twice on Sunday. Maybe sometimes with the thought that they would upgrade later down the line, maybe simply because they preferred leather straps. All of that being said, you are buying a platinum day date from an auction, you probably want the presidential bracelet, no? What do you think, Jake?
I think the presidential bracelet is necessary for a piece like this. Um, I would want it with, with it being platinum, it's going to be a special bracelet in the president style. So I would like to see it with it. It makes sense that maybe it wasn't originally sold that way. It's incredibly cool with it being onyx material.
Yeah. And I think, again, like, with the platinum, there are all sorts of fancy dials. The onyx is much more muted, perhaps, but it's a very great contrast,
It is. And if you think about, wanting to have that kind of black where it's not really like the lacquer black or some sort of, brushed part. I mean, these are incredibly cool because of they're using the different materials with the dial. And as you go through the different stones they have that they offer, and if you're on that collection train, I could see this being appealing. And notably too, it's a day date here that doesn't have any fluting on the bezel, so you've got a smooth bezel.
Yeah,
that you see a lot of times with.
Of course, by the way, the Rolex just introduced the fluted platinum bezel, right? So that's
right.
Is what it is, yeah.
But a lot of the other day dates, what I'm saying, that are not platinum, would have fluting on it. So if it was any other dial from this period, but it is. Is the writing and all the other things exactly the same as other day dates besides this onyx, or did they kind of rearrange things for this one?
What do you mean by that?
Where the crown sits, where the Rolex is, the writing, yeah.
But yeah, what I was ultimately saying about the dial is, look, I mean, the fact that the hands are not luminous, the way the the day and date is framed in rhodium plated matching shade with the case, those are all great signs. For me, with these kinds of niche day dates and Datejust styles, I would rather always hunt for the best condition watch and the dial. In this case, you probably want to hunt for the bracelet anyways. So it kind of kills the whole purpose of, whatever, I will pay for the premium of the dial, I just want this watch. Well, it will kind of, I think it's too halfway. You want the bracelet on something like this. I mean, you are getting a vintage platinum day dates and not the presidential bracelet. Just doesn't make sense. And if it did come with the presidential bracelet, the chances are that this estimate would be 3 times as much. So I don't know what to say even then. I would rather, again, hunt for the watch you want exactly in the condition you want, hopefully with the bracelet, and then perhaps hunt for the dial if you really want an Onyx style day date, or if you really want a coral dial platinum day date, so on and so forth, because the prices they achieve in auctions sometimes are very solid six figures, and I think that's a little unconscionable. In this case, again, we have a conservative estimate, and because of what I have already underlined, maybe it won't go for all that much, but still.
Well,
And that's the 20.
the other thing maybe to think
estimated.
about. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. JB, go ahead.
I was just wondering if the Spanish writing that's on this was a major factor, because you may not find onyx with the Spanish days, and if that's a factor, even you may be able to live without or having to be on the hunt for a bracelet.
Again, I respect that, right? We all have different priorities. Maybe that particular combination, like JB said, appeals to you so much that you just want to get this. In this case, again, day wheels in different languages can be found. Dials can be sourced. And I'm saying this both as a way to reach the day date you want, but I'm also saying it to imply, again, without alleging anything at all about this particular lot, because it seems mostly right, as far as I can discern from looking at a few pictures. But that all of that also means that dealers that source watches like this, auction houses that source these watches from dealers, collectors, those watches could be put together in the same way as well. And once you go far back enough, there's just no way to finally say, hey, this watch was 100% born with this style. Or this watch is actually not born with this style, because Rolex doesn't even supply that kind of information. So
Right.
a watch
Like they couldn't really
has,
tell either, right? If they're all from parts that were from real watches, they wouldn't.
yeah, I mean, as I said, non-luminous hands, proper frames on the day and the dates, all of this seems right. But how can you say definitively?
Right. I agree.
And again, they could have made it more or less exotic by changing the day wheel as well, which I'm again not implying that they did, but it's all part of the game, unfortunately. Are we saying goodbye, Jake, or
Let's do one more.
okay, let's take a look at this, because this is a very unique Cartier shape, and as you know, oddly shaped watches by Cartier are all the rage for quite some time, from Cartier Crash to the Pebble and to many other designs.
This is the first I've seen of this kind. It looks almost like it's trying to morph between your Verso, but it kind of caught halfway. So it just made a little triangle here.
Yeah, and I want to actually, while we look at this, I also want to get my Cartier auction catalog, because a few years back, Monaco Legend Group did a dedicated auction on Cartier where they had 88 examples of some of the most unique watches produced by Cartier. And I want to see if they sold a piece like this then, because there were just some things that I had never seen before and never saw again after this auction. And they had a similar concept for sure, I remember, which was a driving inspired watch. But whether they had exactly this, that I don't know. Just a quick flip through. Nope. I don't see anything like it. But I do see this watch that I wanted to share. Oh. Yeah, so this is from 88 Cartier pieces, the Timeless Elegance collection. It's lots number 29, and this was actually designed as a one-off piece by someone who was then the owner of the brand, the Danziger family. Let's see if we can show this at all. Do you see? Kind of. And they also have it on the back cover. But yeah, it seems almost as outrageous as that design.
Yeah, like they're putting a shape on top of a strap and just kind of going with it.
It's called apparently Baguette Model 820. This is also apparently designed by a driver's watch, I suppose, because it gives you the reading of time at an angle, where you can hold your hands on the wheel without having to turn them around.
Right. And you see the the clock itself is, I mean, the watch function has 12 is toward the top there, not toward France or where it says the brand.
Yeah.
So I wonder, does it move other than that? Is it just always a kind of a right angle?
Yeah, I don't think it actually moves on the strap, and there is some sort of royal monogram on the other side of the watch on basically you can call that a case back as well, I guess, but it's exposed on the bracelet, so that's an interesting detail. Probably a special commission, probably for a lady, I want to say.
Yeah, with its size. What's the auction estimate range?
And it does come with an archival extract as well from Cartier, which is reassuring. The estimated value is 30,000 to 60,000 euro. Again, it being so original, so unique of a design, with a presentation box that looks every bit Cartier, of course, as a red box with gilt details, but also like almost a lady's handbag. I mean, look at that.
Yeah.
That design. It's just a very elegant.
It's hard to believe that those, the boxes and, parts of these leather. I mean, this says night with 1936. So, I mean, you're getting up there in the number of years.
The thing is, I can see a watch like this in like Ronnie Madwani's collection. I don't know if you know Ronnie, but years back he had a talking watches with Hodinkee, and his collection is very much oriented towards the design genre. Unique shapes, a lot of out of the box vintage designs, many of them by Gilbert Albert and other more adventurous jewelers and designers. I can see something like this in his collection, and I can see it like on a popping watch Instagram like this. So and I like the fact that it's it seems like a special order watch. I like the fact that it is purpose oriented,
Right.
yet extremely elegant. Every bit Cartier as anything that I have ever seen.
And the older, if you look through the auction and the results, the older Cartier items where the CP, or these one-off pieces where, you've got the original kind of recognizable Cartier watch face on the dial in some unique pieces, right? Like that's why the crash is so recognizable. But you see that the premium of the CPCP program and all of these commission pieces where you can see the finest of their jewelry making at the time, and it still holds up to this day.
Yeah, I think it's amazing. I think not that anyone should care or really make decisions on what they purchase purely based on that, but it's also the kind of piece that would get you a lot of kudos among other collectors, and even online. Again, I love that it's possibly one of a kind, certainly a very rare design. I love the fact that it does have the so-called European watch co movements, which is probably JLC. I would love to see the case opened up and actually see what kind of movement they put into this exactly. But of course, it's a hand-wound movement with that discreet and small crown that you see right here. Yeah, I love this watch. Actually, I don't know how far it will go. Who knows? I think it's if you get into a bidding war with Eric Koo, you probably won't win. Maldives, no hard feelings. But if it ends anywhere between 30,000 to 60,000, I think it's an interesting piece to grab. And again, vintage Cartier market, even since they have done that 88 piece collection, has gone absolutely insane. Everything is 2-3 times what it was 5 years ago. So a lot of these prices seem outrageous, but then again, that it can, with the right people, quote unquote, in the room, even break the ceiling of this estimate. So it's really about what you feel about this watch and why you would want to go for it. I love it. I would love to see a watch like this on my partner's wrist. And it would be actually a decent grab within this pre-auction estimate.
Well, thanks for having me on. I'm gonna call it a night. I'm a huge fan, and
It's
wish
been
you the
absolute.
best. I'll listen in if you're gonna keep going, and
I am.
it was fun.
I have another hour, but again, this is really generous of you to win and then turn that down. So I do appreciate you doing that. It doesn't come easily or naturally to most people. So it's very generous of you. And let's see how Plastic
I think
will
you'll like it.
respond to it. Yeah, I think it will be a great watch for him or one of his sons. So let's see.
For
Let's see
sure.
how it goes.
All right. Take care.
It's so
Thanks
nice
for
to
having
see
me
you,
on.
man.
All right. You too.
It's a pleasure. Man, it's such a great pleasure to have JB on the panel. And it was so nice of him to say, hey, I already have a Seiko 5 Rowing Blazers watch. I don't necessarily want to claim this from the giveaway, and someone else can actually get it. That was great. We're looking at the Monaco Legends auctions in a live stream that is sponsored by I Love Maldives. This is an auction that's going to take place in Monte Carlo on October 21st and 22nd. And our next lot is number 105. I like these as well. Maybe not as much as the OG perpetual calendar, so to speak, which was the 1526, but I believe this is the reference that succeeded it. The reference 2497. One of a pair, so to speak, with 2499, in the same way that 1518 and 1526 were the perpetual calendar chronograph and perpetual calendar of a certain generation. The moon phase indicator discs of these kinds of Pateks are works of art in and of themselves. Hand finished. I think beautiful things to observe. The style seems to be in a pretty decent condition. The stepped lugs look quite solid, if not absolutely perfect, certainly close enough. Look at the elegance of those downturned lugs. You see the hallmarks are crisp and legible. "18-karat yellow gold, made in 53, sold in 54. I kind of like the center seconds setup on this, which gives the watch a modern feeling, as it were, because the 1526 had small seconds, right, on a dial that it shared with the moon phase indicator and the pointer date, basically. In this case, you actually have sweep center seconds with this beautiful heat blued rendition. And this is also great, this particular example, because it belongs to the so-called first series. When it comes to the 2497 as well as 2499, the earlier examples of these watches had cases made by Émile Vichet, which is one of those storied case makers for classic vintage Patek pieces, and they have even more accentuated downturned lugs that are almost coal-like for the 2499, but here also just as elegantly downturned. So that's something going for it. The Wenger made cases of a later period have domed case backs and lugs that are slightly shorter. And this is, again, something that is noted on the case back with a specific key number. The key number for Vichet is 9, which is what the lot essay confirms for this watch. And again, the great thing about about these older dials is like black hard enamel writing, for the seconds track, hand cut openings on the dial for the moon phase indicator, but also for the wickets for the day of the week and the month. It's very beautiful. Great watch. Of course, generic strap, generic buckle. Naked piece, except of course it does come with an extract from the archives, as well as a Tortella and Sons deep study documentation, which is a service that that company provides. Yes, no particular stance taken there. I think again, this is an extremely rare piece in a great condition in the more desired Emile Vichet case, and a beautifully preserved case and dial. So a lot to recommend itself. The whole lot has a lot to recommend itself for. This is lot 105 for a Patek Philippe perpetual calendar, reference 2497. Moon phase indicator and sweep center seconds, and an estimated value that is in the range between 200,000 to 400,000. Hey, thank you, JB. He's a member of the channel and was just with us on the panel. $4.99. It's always my pleasure to have you on the panel, and I hope Plastic enjoys the Seiko 5 Rowing Blazers as well. Next up is lot 108. Man, I mean, the auction already is full of heavy hitters, but I like the choices that Maldives made for us here. And this is a gorgeous Calatrava at lot 108. Look, stainless steel Calatravas from this period are absolutely off the charts anyways, right? It's such a niche segment that can one second. Right, we were talking about the Patek Philippe Calatrava reference 530 in steel, and I was saying that it's such a niche and collectible genre that today, when Patek introduces stainless steel Calatrava in the weekly calendar, right? The reference 5212, they can have the luxury to price it basically at $40,000, right? It's because that's the kind of history and legacy they depend on. Of course, the reference 530 is already special, and this particular combination is even more awe-inspiring. It also has a specific provenance. Make of that what you will. It is from John Goldberger's personal collection, Auro Montanari's collection. Glossy black dial with stunning applied yellow gold Breguet numerals. Spade set of hands that match that yellow gold, and actually the railroad track for the minutes, as well as the seconds on the subdial, plays with those accents as well. The piece is accompanied with an archival extract that confirms the birth of the watch with that dial. Black dial with raised yellow gold Breguet figures, as it says, from 1941. Again, from a very foundational period of Patek Philippe. Comes with an interesting presentation box as well, and looks absolutely stunning on that golden colored textured leather strap as well. Twelfth 120 is a fantastic movement whose architecture is still an inspiration of many hand-wound pieces, and even micro rotor movements as well. I remember how everyone went crazy about the new annual calendar travel time when it came out, the 5326, and where people were raving about the movement. Well, it's movements like the 12 120 that are the inspiration to that. So honestly, inside and out, this is a stunning watch. It's not only a stainless steel Calatrava, but reference 530 is also rather oversized for the time, right? 36.5 millimeters for a dress watch of the period. That's quite substantial. It's a so-called Grand Calatrava. And of course, being part of the John Goldberger collection, he also represented this watch or presented this watch in his Patek Philippe Steel Watches book on pages 115 and 116, apparently. And this reference in its entirety were made in 140 examples, mostly in 18 karat yellow gold, and a handful of examples in stainless steel and pink gold completing the production. Accordingly, this makes it quite rare. At lot 108, this Patek Philippe Grand Calatrava in stainless steel, reference 530, with a glossy black dial, raised Breguet numerals, and a spade handset, has an estimated value of 250 to 500,000 in euro. Tiff Nadal says 5212 is a favorite. It is actually one of the watches that I like in Patek's contemporary lineup, and I don't have many such watches, to be honest. I do like the 5212. I think it's one of those things that they do well. When they try to tread this line between something that's traditionally classy, yet still youthful, and even quirky in its own way. I think 5212 is one of those rare contemporary Patek models that does that well. So I do like it, and the fact that it's a stainless steel Calatrava is pretty significant. Weekly calendar in and of itself, I think if it weren't for that particular dial design, wouldn't have excited people all that much. But it's nothing to sneeze at either. I mean, at least it's a unique complication for Patek. So even though the price point is not necessarily enviable, I do like that particular watch. Next up, we're looking at 145, lot 145 for I Love Maldives. Okay, well, do you even need my opinion for this particular one? 5004 P is not a watch that needs much of an introduction. In so many ways, it is the neo-vintage grail, bar none. This is the Patek Philippe Perpetual Calendar split seconds chronograph in that Goldilocks size of 36 millimeters. Of course, Patek still has in its lineup a watch that represents this function. 5204, if I'm not mistaken, is the reference number. But I feel it's really too large at 40. 40 millimeters in and of itself is not very large for case diameter, but believe me, this crown, which is in and of itself very prominent, is made even more protruding with the integration of the split seconds pusher on it. And I think that gives the watch, along with its thickness, quite a big presence on the wrist for something that scales right around 36 millimeters for diameter. And really, I've been in the presence of these things for a handful of times in my life, 3 times maybe. And it's really, really an impressive piece. Of course, the cases are beautiful. I love them in the same way I love the 3970. They have such a lovely heft in platinum. The pieces here matched with deployant clasp that carries the Calatrava cross. The opening on the back is quite wide and gives a beautiful display of the split seconds chronograph movement. Again, as a rule of thumb, when you look at perpetual calendar chronographs or perpetual calendar chronograph rattrapante, split second chronographs, you are essentially seeing the chronograph movement, since the perpetual calendar module is on the dial side, and that's very much the case here as well. You're looking at the Lemania-based CH 27-70Q, which is modified for split seconds here. This was replaced in 2012 by 5204, which, as I mentioned, features a much larger case and an in-house movement, again, which is something impressive, of course, something that perhaps needs to be commended, but nevertheless, I think 5004 is just absolute perfection. This piece does come with its documents, as far as I can read from the lot, not its presentation box, but it does have the additional case back if you want that extra heft on the wrist rather than the exhibition case back. It was a beautiful Christmas/New Year's gift for someone in 1995, and it can be that kind of gift at the end of the year for you as well. This is lot 145. Of course, these pieces in an absolutely rare stainless steel are perhaps desired or aspired for as unicorns, but frankly, I wouldn't argue with the platinum one, which still is the most prestigious, even though it's not as rare and rarefied. Yeah, I understand again why people go insane for the stainless steel version because of its rarity, but I think the platinum one is amazing. And this is lot 145 for the Patek Philippe perpetual calendar split seconds chronograph in platinum, in that classic 36 millimeter case with the prominent and protruding oversized crown distinguished by the split seconds pusher on it. The piece has an estimated value in the range between 200,000 to 400,000 US. Sorry, 200,000 to 400,000 euro. Honestly, with, again, this is just me. Of all the watches that we looked at, especially those that started creeping upon that 250,000 and above mark, I think this is a watch that incontestably justifies that price point for me. Of course, it would have been even nicer to have been allocated one of those things once upon a time when they were still in production and to get them at retail for sure. But of all things that can be acquired on the secondary market, and that's, for me, again, my humble opinion, this would be a piece that I would actually splurge on if I had the funds. For sure, I wouldn't hesitate. And if you're patient, I mean, certain dealers can get you an example. I'm sure Eric would be happy to help you with something like this. And I don't think you would pay more than what you would pay on an auction. And you might even get more of a full set. The 5004 is that kind of piece. Some people have just stashed it away. So I'm sure the full sets are not that hard to come by, as it happens. So we're looking at 226 next. Wow, this is an interesting piece. This is a limited edition Calatrava, apparently one of 10 pieces made at a special request with a mother of pearl dial that's very minimalistic and only has the Breguet numeral at 10 o'clock beyond its signature at 12 o'clock, Patek Philippe Genève, and the subsidiary dial for the seconds. This is a reference 3796, which is an 80s reference for the Calatrava in what is today diminutive size of the original Calatrava, 31 millimeters in diameter. It replaced the classic reference 96, I believe in 1982, with its sapphire crystal and the new movement 215 PS and the screw down case back, which gives the watch some waterproofness. Well, actually, sorry, it's a snap-on case back. And it is made for the Jubilee 150th anniversary of the brand, and only in 10 examples. For Alberto Poncellini, and apparently it was made in 10 examples, 5 of them with a mother of pearl dial, such as the present lot, and 5 others with onyx stone, all distinguished by having the sole Arabic numeral in Breguet style at 10 o'clock. Of course, such special commissions, even in those times, even in the late 80s, were already quite rare. This is a white gold case, again, that seems quite nicely preserved. 31 millimeters. Comes with a Patek Philippe seal and an archival extract that certifies the engraving of the watch. So it is something that was indeed delivered like this in 1989, which was also the 150th anniversary of the brand. This is a special request of a 10-piece limited run, one of the 5 pieces that had the mother of pearl version of the dial of the classic Calatrava, here 31 millimeters in white gold. That classic sizing, reference 3796, which replaced the classic Calatrava reference 96. Lot number 10 accordingly has an estimated value in the range between 100,000 to 200,000 euro. In this case, I don't know, my feelings are somewhat lukewarm towards this piece, Maldives. I think it's a very unique and elegant watch. It is also exceedingly rare, as they call it in the auction lingo. Whether that justifies this kind of value, I leave that up to you, entirely up to you, because it is something very unique, and probably very collectible, also because of its connection, no matter slightly loose maybe, to the 150th anniversary of the brand itself. But small Calatravas are an acquired taste, right? It's not something, or classic Calatravas, I should say, in 31 millimeters. It's an acquired taste. Not many people like wearing them in modern time. It strikes most people as feminine, as too small, even for a dress watch, where most people wear 39 millimeters and above for even a dress watch, even if they choose a proper dress watch. So it's an interesting choice. It's a divisive choice, and it needs to be a decision made from the heart, because reason might dictate otherwise, right? That's my say on lot 226. 271 is the last one underlined, last one specified by I Love Maldives, but there are many other interesting pieces, and we have about 20 minutes, so we might get to cover a few more before I need to conclude for tonight. That's Patek Padellone. I love it. German calendar too. So, of course, Padellone simply means frying pan, if I'm not mistaken, or a pan in Italian. Yeah, I think it literally means a frying pan. And incidentally, it ends up being the nickname of a number of similar Rolex references. But there's a Patek Padellone as well, and it is the perpetual calendar reference 3448. (3448) has the reputation of being the first self-winding perpetual calendar, the first perpetual calendar with an automatic movement, which you see here with the case back removed, again having a very elegant full 18 karat gold rotor with distinctive notches and an embossed Calatrava cross on it. Beautiful movement with prominent Côte de Genève decoration on the bridges. It has a very elegant case, and you might say it was oversized at the time. Again, 37.5 millimeters. The watches that are called Padellone are also distinguished by the kind of, a lot of times, the kind of real estate that the dial takes, which is kind of given a prominence here with the particular design of the bezel. which is nicely sloped. It was built on that caliber that we were talking about. For the Calatrava 2526, right? So this piece is built on the base of that 12-600 AT, Patek's first self-winding movement. Of course, this is 27-460 Q for quintième, i.e. calendar. Apparently, there were 586 examples overall made of this watch, most of which were in yellow gold. Only 130 were encased in white gold, and there are only 2 platinum and 1 pink gold examples that are known publicly. I have to say I don't get as excited by this narrative that's talked about in the Lot essay, how this is a 3448 that is engraved 3450 on the case back. You know, 3450, of course, has a leap year indicator. Not sure what to think of the propping up of that particular narrative, honestly. I think the watch is quite compelling as it is, as a 3448, without that oddity, without that detail of having a case back that is engraved 3450. The watch itself, the case itself, is in a very nicely preserved condition. You can see the hand opened apertures for the day of the week and month, which are in German, and also the opening for the moon phase. Everything looks just so much more artisanal than a modern watch. which is something that I adore. The finish of the case looks remarkable. Again, incredibly well preserved, slightly oxidized in the right places. Great watch. Does come with an archival extract. This is lot 271 for a Patek Philippe perpetual calendar, the so-called Padellone, reference 3448, nicknamed thus as a frying pan by Italian collectors because of its relatively large size for the time period, with decent real estate and prominence given to the dial itself. The piece has an estimated value that is in the range between 150 to 300,000 euro. And it seems potentially, in the kind of lower end of that pre-auction estimate. This could be a great deal. It's not an absolute full set or anything, but it's one of the best preserved cases that I've ever seen for that reference. And overall, I can hardly find a fault in it. I mean, when you look at something like this. And the dial is nothing to sneeze at either. And again, when you are hunting for a dress watch from late 60s, you can hardly aspire for something more meaningful, more prestigious, but also something more well preserved, right? You can hardly find anything that is in a better condition than something like this. And I think the 3448 is great because of its modern sizing. I think it is significant because it's the first self-winding perpetual calendar. In many ways, it does very consistently and meaningfully present Patek's approach to the perpetual calendar. The similarities between 1526 and 2497 and the 3448s are very much noticeable between these three generations when you look at the dial. And in general, I find that to be very rewarding and very affirmative for any maker, right? To have that kind of style. And Patek has always been at the forefront of that when it comes to classic dress pieces, elegant timepieces. And this is very much an example of that. These were the lots that were chosen by Maldives. Maldives, if you are still listening, I'll be happy to do 2 more lots for you before I close for the night. But that being said, I am very grateful for your contribution and for your continued support of the channel. If I'm left to my own devices, I think I will go for Il Destriero Scafusia, which is lot 260. This is true Grand Complication made for IWC. The war horse, the war machine of Schaffhausen that was directed at the rest of the horological industry, and that presented an incredible challenge to many others that aspire to make complicated watches great again in the wake of the quartz crisis. This is a perpetual calendar split seconds chronograph that is furthermore a tourbillon and a chiming watch. You can attest to that from this movement. And that is a movement that was designed for, or rather that was made for IWC at Günther Blümlein's commissioning by Renaud et Papy, that famous high complications workshop that was later properly integrated to Audemars Piguet, and that commissioned so many important pieces over time for also, of course, Richard Mille and Audemars Piguet. This was a model that was made in 125 pieces to honor the 125th anniversary of the International Watch Company of IWC in 1993. Il Destriero Scafusia, which means, again in English, the war horse from Schaffhausen, genuinely presented that challenge, that figural middle finger to the rest of the watch industry in terms of combining in the caliber 1868 22 functions and displays. The caliber consists of 750 parts. And it has, just like the Da Vinci, the 4-digit year display, beautiful moon phase indicator at 12 o'clock, but of course also has a tourbillon and a chiming watch. And in this case, it is actually mounted on a matching 18 karat pink gold bracelets in the brick style, 5 rows. Incredible piece. That's the slider on the left flank. Of course, perhaps the only drawback of the watch, especially from today's perspective, is its enormous dimensions. 43 millimeters in diameter is not necessarily excessive for true Grand Complication, but it is 17.2 millimeters thick, and that is obviously not necessarily desirable, not necessarily optimal for today's standards. Nevertheless, this is an important testament to the kind of energy that Günther Blümlein brought into the world of watches, which to this day we can still observe in examples of IWC, Jaeger-LeCoultre watches from this period, from the 90s, but also, of course, with the revival of A. Lange & Söhne. It's really an incredible watch of that period, one of only 125 pieces. This is number 44, executed entirely in pink gold, very well preserved, both in terms of its case and the 5-row brick style bracelets. Please hit the like button if you were on your way out. I am invited to a Romain Gauthier event tomorrow. Hopefully I'll make it back in time to have my full show, because as you guys know, I take Wednesdays out. I take Wednesdays off. Sorry, it's been a long day and I am a little tired. But I will come back with this auction unless someone insists on something else, or a return to Phillips, a turn to Christie's or Sotheby's. But there are so many fascinating pieces here. So hopefully we'll talk a lot more about them. In addition to I Love Maldives' selections from tonight. Once again, thank you so much, JB, for your generosity, which you showed in these 2 super chats, but also by giving away the watch that you won. Plastic One, I will write to him at the end of this broadcast and see what he thinks about his new Seiko 5 Rowing Blazers watch. I look forward to hearing from him, and I look forward to seeing you all in the next live stream, hopefully tomorrow, but certainly later in the week. You know, I'm here, I'm putting in the work. In the meantime, hit the like button, leave a comment once the live stream is finished. Please check out the other videos. There are many shorter videos now that you can enjoy and learn from. Like them all, share with friends, leave some comments. I appreciate all sorts of interaction, even a little bit of a banter. I don't mind, but certainly I'm open to your suggestions, your opinions. So please check out the other videos, which are mostly focusing on new releases or kind of presented in the form of market digest that focus on specific genres, models, or time periods or complications. Take a look at them. And if you have any further ideas for content that you want me to explore, that you want me to pursue, please feel free to send me those recommendations as well. I really appreciate you. If you become a member of the channel, you'll get some extra content on a weekly basis in the form of 3 new videos, which remain exclusive to you for some time before they get to be released in public. And I think over time, that collection will expand as well. So I really appreciate your support in each and every form it comes. Maybe it's a line in the chat, maybe it's a like, certainly anything you put into the channel in the form of super chats, super stickers, and other contributions get put back to the channel immediately, and you can notice it in the form of the quality and quantity of content. Once again, I appreciate you. Until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, wear and enjoy your watches, and I look forward to seeing you soon. Peace.